distinguished judges, honorable guests, teachers, parents, and all of participants.
Welcome to the Grand Final of Speech English Contest 2026, held in celebration of the 27th anniversary of Jawa Banyuwangi and National Children's Day 2026.
Today, we gather to witness the remarkable talents of young speakers from across Banyuwangi who will share their ideas, perspectives, and aspiration through English speaking.
This competition is not only a platform to demonstrate English proficiency, but also an opportunity to develop confidence, critical thinking, and communication skills while promoting the richness of Indonesian culture and tourism.
Before we begin today's event, please allow us to introduce ourselves.
My name is Ivas Davin Hanili.
And I am Michelle Un. We feel so honored and delighted to be your master of ceremony today. And now, let us introduce our esteemed panel of judges.
Our first judges is Mr. Russell Sanderson from PT Lundin Invest.
Our second judge is Mr. Chris Tyrese, an educator from Australia.
And our third judge is Mr. Aikanu Haryono, cultural expert and former head of custom and tradition division at the Banyuwangi Culture and Tourism Office.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our distinguished judges.
Before the competition starts, please pay attention to the following regulation. The grand final round is attended by 25 finalists who have successfully passed the preliminary video selection stage.
Finalists must be present according to the schedule determined by the organizing committee.
Finalists may deliver either the same speech used in the preliminary round or a new speech in accordance with the committee regulation.
Each finalist is given a maximum of 7 minutes to perform.
Finalists must wear their school uniform or appropriate formal attire.
The use of supporting materials or visual aids is permitted, provided they do not interfere with the competition and have received prior approval from the committee.
Time warnings will be given when 1 minute remains. A red light indicates that the allowed time has expired. Participant who continues speaking after the red light appears will receive a deduction of 20 points.
Scoring will be conducted directly by the panel of judges based on the established assessment criteria.
And there is the 5 criteria: content and relevance, English language proficiency, pronunciation and intonation, diversity and public speaking skills, and the last, technical quality and competence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been waiting for has arrived.
Let us begin the grand final of Speech English Contest 2026.
We are now ready to welcome our first finalist.
For contestant number 1, please come forward and take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, honorable judges and my lovely friends. Imagine a tourist visiting Mount Inchen, Red Island, and the Jawa, then leaving nothing. Not footprints, not photographs, not even memories. the long-lasting waste. What if the most dangerous self-made leaf is the one we cannot see? The harsh reality is that according to waste management studies, Banyuwangi is drowning in over 850 tons of waste every single day. With staggering 78% mismanaged and actively poisoning our environment. But during this state for a few days, there will be public our home for decades. My name is Maritara Putri, a 10th grade student from SMA and Tingkat. As a proud native, I celebrate Banyuwangi's tourism success, but we can no longer ignore its hidden cost. Ladies and gentlemen, a true destination should be judged not by how many visitors it attracts, but by how responsibly the students visitors behave. That's why today I want to address why Banyuwangi must take challenges from visitors attracting to responsibility sector. I have 4 reasons. First, tourism can create invisible environmental costs. Many people see private beaches like Grha Island as a sign of success, but I ask, who managed the waste left behind? It is told that tourism activities contribute significantly to regeneration and environmental protection. For example, tourism spikes during holy days create massive waste accumulation, causing extensive cleanups. Therefore, success without responsibility creates hidden damage. Second, local communities should benefit not only economically but environmentally. They consume water as a time. Local fishermen stop destructive fishing, restore local reefs, and build a conservation-based destination. Today, visitors come not only to enjoy the sea, but also to learn how communities can restore nature. This proves that local people are not merely tourism workers. They are environmental guardians. Third, modern tourists spread sustainability and meaningful experiences. Take se-Kabupaten beach, the street rules, such as we could not move freely everywhere, protect the sea turtles, and might seem inconvenient at first. But I realized that the experience was valuable precisely because nature came first. But protection creates exclusivity, and exclusivity creates true value. Fourth, protecting nature means protecting our culture. Tourism isn't just about beautiful landscape, it's about identity. Banyuwangi is defined by heritage, its rich heritage. From the gathering days to the ocean traditions. But culture cannot thrive in a damaged environment. If our beaches and forests are ruined, the cultural experience titism will disappear. So, what is the solution? I propose a tourism model called responsibility-centered tourism. Every tourist attraction should encourage visitors to take responsibility for their environmental impact. This can be done through reusable bottles, stricter water regulations, environmental education programs, and community-led conservation activities. The benefits are clear: cleaner tourist destinations, stronger local communities, better tourist experiences, protected cultural heritage, and most importantly, a sustainable future for Banyuwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Banyuwangi tourism's greatest challenge isn't attracting visitors, but ensuring tourism growth doesn't leave environmental destruction behind. We all know that waste threatens our environment, but we've also seen how local communities can step up to protect it, and how saving nature ultimately safeguards our culture. In the end, sustainable tourism simply creates a better future for everyone. So, before we ask how many tourists can Banyuwangi attract, let us ask a more important question: how much of Banyuwangi can we protect? Because the future of tourism tourism is not measured by the number of visitors. It's measured by what remains after they leave. Therefore, let's turn our good intentions into real actions. Start small, reduce our daily waste, and protect Banyuwangi's beauty together. It's time for us to step up so the next generation can still see it. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Permission to judges. Does the presentation of contestant number 1 need to be repeated?
If she wishes to, I think because of the technical issues.
Yes.
If everyone can just be
For contestant number 1.
speaking, just keep the quiet noise down and show respect to those who are speaking. It's very difficult and we want to run out. So if she wishes to try again, then that's very okay for us. She can take a moment and then come back at the end and try one more time. It's very good.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with contestant number 2.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and fellow students, good morning. First of all, praise be to God for His blessings and mercy, which all I experience today. My name is Nur Aini from SMA Negeri Serono, and I'm proud to share with this opportunity to show my thoughts on the topic, which is also connected to our identity and our future. Sometimes, the best way to understand very exactly is to imagine the future without it. Imagine receiving a postcard from the year 2050. On the front is a beautiful picture from our culture. The beaches are stunning, the mountains are breathtaking, and the city are impressive. But when you turn the postcard over, you read these words. This country is beautiful, but I will not find it. Ladies and gentlemen, this one will ask an important question. What happens when a nation loses its culture? When people talk about tourism, they often think about destination and beautiful scenery. But tourism is not only about places, is it about experiences? Is it about stories? And importantly, this is about people. What makes a destination unforgettable is culture. Culture is reflected in our traditional dances, local languages, food, music, custom, and festival. These are the things that make a place unique. Without culture, tourism loses its meaning. Because tourists do not simply want to see a place, they want to understand it and create memories that last. That is why culture is often called the soul of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is blessed with extraordinary cultural diversity. From Sabang to Merauke, every region has its own traditions and heritage that contribute with our national identity. What inspires is Banyuwangi. Many people visit Banyuwangi because of its beautiful nature, especially the magnificent Tingkat. But what makes Banyuwangi truly memorable is its culture. Many visitors can enjoy the elegance of Bandung dance and various cultural festivals that proudly showcase local traditions. Banyuwangi proves that tourism and culture do not have to compete each other. Instead, they can grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, when tourists visit the country, they learn how people live and what they value. They experience tradition that have been passed down for generations. In return, those memories home and share them with others. However, there is a challenge we cannot ignore. In rapidly changing world, many traditions are disappearing. Young people are becoming more familiar with global trends than with their own cultural heritage. The culture disappears. The nation does not only lose its past, it also loses part of the future. Progress and modernization are important, but they should never make us forget who we are. The nation can move forward only when it remembers where it comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, preserving is not only the responsibility of government or historians, it's also our responsibility, especially as the younger generations. We can support cultural events, visit historical places, and promote local traditions through social media. Because culture is a gift that tells us who we are, a gift that we must pass on to future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us return to that postcard from the future. Imagine a different message. This country is beautiful and is so stronger than ever. Will it be a future that will create? In conclusion, tourism may attract visitors, but cultures with what they make remember day after day. Tourism may showcase our landscape, but culture tells our story. Therefore, let us present our traditions, celebrate our diversity, and become proud to learn of the heritage we have inherited. Because a nation with a culture may survive, but a nation that pursues its culture will truly thrive. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the excellent speech.
And the next, let us continue to contestant number 2. But we remain to all participants when please keep silent when the contestant is shown in the front. Please respect each other.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, respected judges and all my wonderful friends. First of all, let us express our deepest gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessing, which allows us to gather here today in perfect health and strength. It's a great honor for me to stand before you. So please let me introduce myself. My name is Pidato. You can call me Alvin. I'm a student of Manji Banyuwangi. Today, I would like to take you on a journey to explore one of Indonesia's most spectacular and breathtaking mountains.
God for His endless blessing, which allow us to get today in perfect heart and spirit. It should be an honor for me to stand before you, so please let me introduce myself. My name is Pidato. You can call me Alfie. I am a student of Mantri Banyuwangi. Today, I would like to take you on a journey to explore one of Indonesia's most spectacular and breathtaking natural wonders. Located right here in East Jakarta, the magnificent Kebalenan. Kebalenan is not just another destination and a tourist attraction. It is a geological masterpiece. It is a place where the nature makes it wonder, creating a landscape so stunning that makes us pause to know what is truly beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever imagined standing on the edge of a massive crater in the middle of the night, surrounded by a mountain air, only to witness a mesmerizing and let it play in darkness? This is not a simple fantasy movie. This is the reality of Kebalenan. At altitude, standing probably at 2,286 meters above sea level, on the border of Banyuwangi and Brawijaya. The experience is traumatic. The adventure begins. The adventure begins. The experience is traumatic. The adventure begins at the morning. Hikers are faster up stick so that you can learn how to be self-contained. The journey requires stamina and determination, but every single step is worth it. As you reach the glittering before dawn, you will see the world famous fire. This rare phenomenon occurs when the whole super gas is not in contact with the oxygen machine, creating a glowing blue light that can only be found in the presence of Earth. Isn't that impressive? As the sun began to rise, another masterpiece of nature revealed. The highly ascending church swiftly will appear. The striking contrast between the yellows of the deposit, the turquoise water, and the warm color of the sunrise just feels so beautiful. It really is speechless. However, Kebalenan is not just about beautiful landscape. It is also a place of deep human grief and resilience. Every day, your processing partner will hike up the same street trails, passing it, staying smooth to harvest a vivid bag of sulfur. They carry them up to 80 kilograms on their shoulders using a single bamboo basket. Their hard work reminds us of the product connection between the local people and this Kebalenan mountain. In conclusion, Kebalenan is more than just tourist destination. It is a symbol of natural majesty and human perseverance that makes us incredibly proud to be Indonesian. I highly encourage everyone here to experience this journey at least once in their lifetime. Thank you very much for your time and your attention today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. But before we go to the next number 4, Before we go to the next context now, we apologize. We need a break to fix a technical error. Please give us a few minutes. We will back shortly. Once again, we apologize and thank you.
morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, honorable committees, and respectable to all the audiences. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us thank the Almighty God because of His mercies and blessings we can gather in His place in a good condition. Secondly, I would like to thank to the judges and also the committees for giving me opportunity to speak in front of you all today. I am Shiva Adawiyah Rahma. You can call me Shiva for short. I am from Senior High School 1 Tingkat, standing over here to deliver my speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to talk about tourism and culture, especially in Banyuwangi. Talking about that, I was not born in Banyuwangi, by the way. I was born in Balikpapan, East Kalimantan, where I could find so many tall buildings, crowded urban areas, and also modern city life. And after I moved to Banyuwangi, I realized there was something that I had never found in my previous city. That was a large number of tourists. Yes, in Banyuwangi, I met so many tourists from different countries. And what made them travel thousands of kilometers just to come here? The answer is simple. Or nature, or culture, and or tourism attraction. Honestly, I was also surprised. I never expected that a regency located at the eastern tip of Jawa could attract so many tourists from all around the world. And then I started to understand why. Ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi is blessed with extraordinary natural beauty. We have the famous blue wire phenomenon at the generator, which is one of the rarest natural phenomena in the world. We have mountains like Mount Ijen and Mount Raung. We have great forests like Jawa and Alaspurwo, beautiful beaches like Red Island, G-Land, and many others, and stunning sunrises that will make tourists fall in love with this place. However, tourism is not only about beautiful places. What makes Banyuwangi special is its culture. Banyuwangi is known for its rich ocean culture. Traditional dances such as the Gandrung dance and the Jalan Goyang dance are not only performances but also a symbol of our identity. Through music, dances, traditional clothes, and local traditions, we show the world who we are and where we come from. Ladies and gentlemen, besides traditional dances, Banyuwangi is also famous for its batik. The motive of the batik is so unique. One of the motifs is gajah oling motif. Today, the batik is not only worn by the local people but also by the visitors from different regions and countries. Furthermore, every year Banyuwangi holds a cultural events like Gandrung Festival. Gandrung Festival is where the dancers, thousands of dancers, dance together, perform together on the beach. These festivals prove that culture is not something old-fashioned, but something valuable that can unite people and strengthen our identity. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism and culture are like two sides of the same coin. Tourism introduces people to a region, while culture gives them a reason to remember. When people come to Banyuwangi, they do not only take pictures, they take home stories, experiences, and also memories about our people and our traditions. That is why we, especially the younger generation, have an important responsibility. We should not only enjoy our culture but also preserve it. We can promote our local tourism through social media, we can participate in cultural events, learn traditional arts, and also become a good ambassador for our region. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine that one day Banyuwangi loses its culture. The beaches may still exist, the mountains may still stand tall, but something important would be missing. What is it? It's all. Therefore, let us protect both our tourism and our culture. Let us show the world that Banyuwangi is not only a beautiful destination, but also a place with a rich heritage and warm-hearted people. As someone who was not born in Banyuwangi, I can proudly say that moving here has opened my eyes. Banyuwangi has taught me that true beauty is not only found in modern buildings in big cities, but also in nature, traditions, and people who preserve them. The more we explore Banyuwangi, the more we fall in love with its tourism and its culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all of my speech today. I'm sorry if there are some mistakes. Thank you for your kind attention. Banyuwangi Jenggira Tangi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And next, we invite contestant number 5. Contestant number 5, the stage is yours.
also my fellow finalist friends, and also rivals, as I may say. My name is Pidato, and I am from SMA Banyuwangi, or as we call it in English, Senior High School of Banyuwangi. Now, my speech today is of course about Banyuwangi, but I would focus more on how in reality Banyuwangi has a lot of things that we could develop and critique. For decades, Banyuwangi is known as the city of santet, a city of dark mysteries and a city of dark mysticism. But today, in modern times, Banyuwangi has proved themselves to be a tourist, loved by tourists as a destination for them to go to. Now, I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, true love for our hometown means having the courage to critique its present so we can secure its future. But Banyuwangi's tourism faces a new challenge. Have we rebranded our city successfully, or are we victims of our own selfish demands? Let's look at Kawah Ijen, for example. Mass tourism is a double-edged sword. When thousands flock to our craters, to our beaches, they throw lots and lots of trash onto our surroundings. Now, we as locals or as the staff of those popular tourist destinations are forced to take after those things that they leave behind. This is not something that we should ignore. This is not something that we should let happen. So, how can we do it? First of all, it is important for us to preserve our nature. Nature doesn't exist just for us to look at it, just for us to see, oh, there's Kawah Ijen right there. Oh, there's the Red Beach Island right there. No. It is for us to preserve, it is for us to show to the next generations that this is what Banyuwangi has. We do not, of course we should say that, imagine a world where Banyuwangi has vanished, has lost all of its beautiful nature and cultural heritage. But let's not say that. Let's instead show them how Banyuwangi could stay this way forever and how we can preserve it to stay that way. Now, is nature all that is important? Of course not. Culture is just as important. Without culture, a city is absolutely nothing. It is just a place where you can admire the nature. A city is what makes a tradition, or a culture is what makes a city have an identity. By using our identity to show these other tourists that this is what we have to show you, this is what we can do. We give them a long-lasting memory, a new experience for them to learn our nature, to learn our cultural heritage. Of course. But nowadays, people only see them as an aesthetic. People only see them as something that we should see and, oh, it's nice. But that is not what we're aiming here for. We're aiming for our next generation and for future tourists to come to our city and learn all that we have, learn all that we give. For example, the most popular one is Gandrung. Gandrung has existed for decades. And fun fact, Gandrung dancers used to be boys, a sign that Banyuwangi cares for its dancers without having to say, oh, you're a boy, you can't dance Gandrung. No, Banyuwangi looks past that and on to the fact that, do you enjoy Gandrung wholeheartedly? To lose its spark for Gandrung is very dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. We lose our love, we lose our passion for something that we have, for something that we must protect for decades, just so our next generation do not forget that we have Gandrung, that we have seblak, that we have batik oleh gajah, batik oleh gajah, batik calling teacher. I'm so sorry. Now, it's to conclude that the challenges that we are facing right now is very abstract, of course. But if we just imagine and we don't act now, what will change? We can't imagine anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We have to act. ACT, act, not imagine anymore. So, I stand by here to declare that we should stop saying, imagine a place where Banyuwangi. No. We should say, I will show you how Banyuwangi will preserve its heritage and nature so that the next generation will see through all the decades that Banyuwangi has lived. That is all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you for the excellent speech.
And the next, we invite contestant number 6. Contestant number 6, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya wa din. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina wa habibina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear brothers and sisters, good morning. First of all, let us praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Almighty, for His endless blessing, which allow us to gather here today in perfect health. Salat and salam always be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the ultimate guide, who brought us from the edge of darkness into the light of Islam. Standing here before you, I feel incredible honor and proud to represent SMK Kebalenan dan Jawa, a school where modern maritime education meet the noble values of the country. Today, as we celebrate National Children's Day, Jawa Post Banyuwangi has given us a vital theme to reflect upon tourism and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, when people talk about Banyuwangi tourism, they often look to the south at the majestic mountain. But today, I stand here to shine a light on the gateway of our district, the majestic northern zone of Banyuwangi, especially our beloved Lomba. Lomba is a line of wonders. Look at our coastline where we direct the beauty of Grha and the world will now constantly underwater. But beyond the beautiful beaches, the northern zone has a unique culture to us all. We are a beautiful melting pool. Here, the tradition of the Austin people live side by side with the vibrant culture of the Madras community. This harmony is a living proof of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika right here in Lomba. As children of the pesantren and students of SMK Sunan Kalijaga, we ask ourselves, what is our role in developing this potential? In our pesantren, we hold onto a golden principle. Al-muhabbatu al-qadin niswali, wal-addu bil-jadid al-aswal. This means preserving the good old tradition and adopting the better modern ones. This wisdom is a perfect compass for sustainable tourism. For us in the North, culture is not just a dance performance. It is intertwined with our daily life, our maritime environment, and our Islamic faith. Look at our traditional fishermen. When they practice community gratitude toward coastal ritual, it reflects both local heritage and Islamic gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the ocean bounty. Look at how our communities celebrate Islamic holiday with local wisdom, creating a beautiful atmosphere of religious tourism. As maritime students, our duty is to protect the playground of our future. When we learn our conservation at school, we are practicing our pesantren values in real life. We protect the marine ecosystem of Bangsaling and Watugalo because Islam teaches us that cleanliness and practicing natural are forms of worship. Beautiful, clean ocean attract tourists, and responsible tourists bring prosperity to our local community. My dear friends, National Children's Day reminds us that we are the custody of this beautiful land. Tourism cannot thrive if the youth our local culture does. And culture cannot survive if the youth refuse to embrace it. Today, digital globalization can easily make us forget our roots. Many young people prefer modern trends over their own heritage. But we, the youth of Monsorjo, must be different. We must prove that being country who love Allah does not mean we cannot be leader in modern tourism. In fact, our Islamic values, our akhlaqul karimah, are the greatest asset for Banyuwangi's hospitality. Therefore, on this special National Children's Day, I want to invite all the youth of Banyuwangi, especially my fellow santri in the north, to take 3 concrete actions. First, be proud of our unique northern identity. Do not be ashamed of our language band, whether it's Osing or Mandarins. Second, promote halal and ecotourism. Let us promote family, polite, and structured environment. Let the tourists see the true beauty of Islam through our warmth and honesty. Third, master technology to tell our stories. Use your smartphone and social media to tell the world about the Monsorjo incident. Ladies and gentlemen, to close my ears, let us remember that the sea unites Monsorjo. Our center drawn our faith, and culture defines our strength. Let us step forward together to make the northern zone the bright, glowing light of Banyuwangi sustainable tourism. Happy National Children's Day! Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. We remind to all participants, once again we remind to all of you to keep silent when there is others is performing in the front. Please respect each other, okay? Okay. Contestant number 7, please come forward and take the stage.
Have you ever imagined that there is a place where nature, culture, and tradition are combined together beautifully? The answer of the place is where we are currently, Banyuwangi. Today, as we gather here at Beach, Banyuwangi, we're not only attending this event, but also we are experiencing what makes Banyuwangi truly different. The beauty surrounding us is a clear example of how culture, nature, and tradition create a unique cultural identity for this region. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the honorable judges, respected teachers, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Valentino Rasafin, and I am really proud to stand here representing SMA 1 Grha. First of all, let us thank God because of His graces and His blessings, so we can get here today in good health and good condition. The cultural treasure of East Java, Banyuwangi's identity. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, give me a moment. As we know that Banyuwangi is located at the eastern tip of Java Island. It's often called as the sunrise of Java because it's the first place in Java Island to see the sunrise. But far more than only its beautiful sunrise, Banyuwangi is also rich of natural beauty, culture, and tradition that make it definitely special. What makes Banyuwangi truly different from another region in Indonesia? Is it only because of its stunning sunrise? The answer is definitely no. Behind its beautiful landscapes, Banyuwangi provides a rich cultural heritage and tradition that have been passed down through generation to generation. Those are what make Banyuwangi as a beautiful, special, and unforgettable place to visit. Banyuwangi has a strong and unique cultural identity. One of the most famous traditions is Tari Gandrung, which represents gratitude, respect, and the joy of the people. This dance is not merely an entertainment, but also it's a symbol of cultural pride. Besides that, Banyuwangi has another Banyuwangi has another traditions, which is rituals, such as Sablan, a sacred dance performed in several villages, and Kebalenan, a ritual that shows the mixture of human and nature. Moreover, the local language Osing is also an important identity that shows how strong their cultural roots are. Those traditions make Banyuwangi as a beautiful destination, and those traditions prove that Banyuwangi is not only a modern city, those traditions prove that Banyuwangi is not only a modern city, but also the place where culture, tradition, and nature are combined, are respected, and alive still. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could visit a place where you can see a beautiful rare blue fire phenomenon, relax on beautiful beaches, and you can explore a wildlife savanna all in one region, where would it be? The answer is still Banyuwangi. Banyuwangi is blessed with amazing natural tourism destinations. One of the best is Mount Eden, known worldwide for its rare blue fire phenomenon. It attracts tourists from many countries. There is also Pulau Merah, known worldwide and often called as Red Island, famous for its surfing waves and also the beautiful sunset. Moreover, Baluran National Park is often called as Africa Panjapa for its wide savanna and wildlife. Those destinations are what make Banyuwangi as a beautiful destination, combining mountains, beaches, and wildlife in one region. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine visiting a place where festival, dance, and tradition become one part of experience. That's exactly what happens in Banyuwangi, where culture and tourism are helping and supporting each other. Tourism helps the local economy to grow, while culture gives meaning, experience, and uniqueness to every tourist. However, this also requires an extra responsibility to preserve the identity so that they will not lose because of modernization. So no wonder why young generation plays a crucial role in preserving the identity. Ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi is indeed the cultural treasure of East Java. Its rich traditions, amazing natural tourism destinations, and also the traditions make it a unique region that deserves our appreciation. Therefore, let us not only value the cultural wealth of Banyuwangi, but also support the efforts in preserving the identity and pass the heritage to the next generation. Let us remember that Banyuwangi is not only a modern and a beautiful city, but also an important identity that must be preserved. For all of your attention, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Contestant number 8, please come forward and take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Anyone is more than a destination. It's a vision for the future. From reading from Agus Makamil Rahman from SMA Negeri se-Kabupaten to respected judges, committees, and all audiences. Let me begin with a simple question. makes a place truly worth visiting? Is it its memory? Or is it the story behind it? Ladies and gentlemen, in the easternmost part of Java lies Banyuwangi, a region blessed with extraordinary cultural beauty and the rich of nature. Banyuwangi has everything the traveler could dream of, from the world-famous blue of the Aegean crater to the stunning beaches of Pulau Merah, from the mystical forests of Alas to the unique traditions of Osing people. But right now, I don't want to talk only about the beauty. I want to talk about the responsibility. Because tourism is often celebrated about the money it brings. Yeah, we rarely discuss about the price we make it, even manage it poorly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've noticed how tourism being discussed all day. People talk about the economic growth, investment, profit, the number of visitors, and the ticket sales. I already have those things matter, but I really heard a question that I believe is more important than what are we really pass on to the next generations? Because there is a difference between preserving a heritage and selling a heritage. To preserve means make sure that the next generation still experience its meaning. Instead, to sell means focusing only to the value today without thinking what will remain tomorrow. Because when the profit becomes the only reason, there will always be a temptation to sacrifice our identity for the bigger numbers. And when that happens, we may still have a reason. It will be lost its meaning. So, are we building tourism for people or are we sacrificing people for tourism? A successful industry should not only attract the visitors, it should empower local communities, it should preserve the culture, and it should protect the nature. Otherwise, the tourism industry becomes nothing more than a short-term business. My friend, the future industry in Banyuwangi should not solely depend on the government policies. It also depends on us, the young generation, the future leaders, and the future innovators. Every time we protect our environment, we contribute to a sustainable tourism. Every time we respect and promote the culture, we strengthen Banyuwangi's identity. Every time we share positive stories about our region, we become an ambassador of our homeland. Imagine, I want you to imagine, Banyuwangi, where economic growth and the local conservation move hand in hand. Imagine a Banyuwangi where the local culture are not forgotten, but celebrated. Imagine a Banyuwangi that inspires all of the world, not only because of its beauty, but also because of its vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the tourism industry of the future will not be won by the most beautiful destination. It will be won by the sustainable one, not by the largest promotion, but by the quality of the visitor's experience. That's why Banyuwangi has a large opportunity to become not just a tourist destination, but also a model for inclusive and sustainable tourism. Let us remember, tourism is not about bringing people to a place. It's about reading, to work, visiting. And Banyuwangi has a big potential to become that feature. In inclusion, I remember the quotation from Mahatma Gandhi that said, "The world has enough for everyone's need, not for anyone's greed." This word reminds us that the true progress is not measured by how much we get, but it's measured by how less we can preserve what we have. Because our destination is our vision. That's all from me. Thank you for your nice attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the comments. And now, we will, for contestant number 9, please come to the stage.
hike up the mountain to see the blue fire, to explore Banyuwangi's magic desert, the sunrise of Java, where adventures begin. Let us open this speech with a welcome greeting. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Judges, more respected teachers, fellow participants, and all audience. I am Chelsea Monica Fernanda from Pena Senior High School. It is a great honor and pleasure to stand before you today. And I'm incredibly excited to deliver my speech entitled Banyuwangi, the Harmony of Magical Nature and Rich Culture. First of all, let us extend our deepest to God Almighty for His handle blessing and mercy, which has allowed us to gather here today in good health, peace, and safety. Ladies and gentlemen, if someone asks you, where can you see a magical blue fire, a wild green savanna, and rich ancient culture all in one place? Where? Does anyone know? Okay, the answer is only one. Banyuwangi. Banyuwangi, located at the easternmost tip of Java Island. It is probably known as the sunrise of Java because it is the earliest land to welcome the morning sun on this island. But Banyuwangi is not just about beautiful morning views or geographical land. It is a living sanctuary where Mother Nature and rich ancient culture live together in perfect, beautiful harmony. And then, when we talk about magic, what if the first thing that comes to your mind? It is a fairy tale or fantasy movie? Well, in Banyuwangi, the magic is real. It is not made of special effects. It is woven into our spectacular nature. Let us explore its tourism first. Banyuwangi is blessed world-class natural wonders that you cannot find anywhere else on earth. We have the famous Ijen crater. Every single tourist from all corners of the world hike up the steep mountain in the freezing cold, just to witness the rare, mystical blue fire glowing in the dark. It is a phenomenon so rare that it only exists in two places in the entire world. But the magic doesn't stop at the mountain top. Down by the coast, we have the Pulau Merah beach with its romantic sunset. And if you venture deeper, you will find Alas Pulau National Park, an ancient forest wrapped in mystery, home to wild animals and a magnificent green savanna called Sadengan that makes you feel like you are stepping into the wet plains of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, spectacular views can lose the eyes, but it takes something deeper, something more profound, to capture the human heart. What makes Banyuwangi truly unforgettable is not just its landscape, but its soul. And that soul, it is culture. The true heart of Banyuwangi belongs to the Osing people, the native tribe of this land, who have protected their ancestral tradition for centuries. Our greatest cultural icon is the Gandrung dance, a dance born from history, representing gratitude, resilience, and warm hospitality. When you see the Gandrung dancers spin, sway, and smack in their vibrant black, gold, and red costume, accompanied by the dramatic sound of the gamelan, you are not watching a performance, you are witnessing the living history of our people. Banyuwangi has some a brilliant example of modern culture, reservation to Banyuwangi Annual Carnival. This annual modern festival street showcases our traditional heritage on a global stage. It beautifully proves that in this modern era, we do not need to dissect our culture to attract tourists. We do not need to forget our roots to be modern. Instead, our culture is our strength. Our culture is our identity and our ultimate treasure. My dear friends and fellow young generation, as the youth, we hold the key to the future. We live in a world that changes rapidly. Globalization is knocking on our doors, and modern technology is changing how we live. Tourism and economy may bring us money and prosperity, but it's culture that gives us an identity. Tourism fits our bodies, but culture fits our soul. Without culture, we lose who we are. We become just another place on the map without story to tell. Therefore, the responsibility lies on our shoulders. We must step up, protect our environment from damage, be proud of our heritage, and share the beauty of Banyuwangi with the world. Let us show everyone that progress and tradition with the world. To close my speech, I will invite all of you, the judges, the teachers, and all audience to visit my beautiful hometown. Come and see the blue fire, walk on our beaches, watch a gandum dance, and experience the magic yourself. Before I close my speech, please allow me to deliver one last thought. Buy some souvenirs before you left down. Banyuwangi's beauty will never let you down. Thank you very much for listening to me. See you soon in the science of Java, beautiful and free. Thank you for attention, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And next, we invite contestant number 10. Contestant number 10, please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let's thank unto our God who is giving us mercies and blessings, so we can attend in this place and gather in good condition and happy situation. Before I begin my speech, I would like to tell you this. I practiced this speech 50 times in front of my mirror. In the mirror I was perfect, but then I walked onto this stage. Suddenly my brain on strike, but I thought I may not be the most experienced speaker here, but I see this opportunity as a good chance to learn, grow, and broaden my knowledge. So therefore I will do my best and speak from the heart. Without further ado, let me move on to the topic. Have you ever traveled somewhere and felt like you never really arrived? You search photos, you checked in, you bought the souvenirs, but when you left, did your heart feel fuller? Or was it just your camera roll that got heavier? Honorable judges, my dear friends, today I'm not here to talk about tourism as an industry. I'm here to talk about tourism as a bridge between cultures, between hearts, between past and the future. My name is Safira Mezareta. I'm from Mansatu, Banyuwangi. My message is simple. Don't just visit, belong. Because true tourism isn't about teaching process. It's about touching souls, yours and theirs. We live in the age of Instagram tourism, which is sunset for likes. We post at temples without knowing their stories. We eat local food, but never ask who cooked it, why they cook it that way, or what it means to them. Local tradition become performance, secret rituals become photos, artisans become vendors, and we, the travelers, become consumers, not connection. In Bali, dances for tourists every night, but how many know the myth behind each movement? In Yogyakarta, batik might spend weeks crafted in one piece, but how many buyers understand the symbolism in every pattern? When culture becomes a commodity, we lose more than authenticity. We lose respect. So, what the alternative? Not watching from afar, not snapping photos from the outside, but stepping in, listening, learning, participating.
Storytellers, not sellers. Yeah. When you guide tourists, don't just recite facts. Share the emotion, the struggle, the dreams behind the culture. Second, be guardians of authenticity. Protect the secret from being commodified. Say no when the tradition is disrespect. Third, be critics. Use your English not to impress, to explain the hurt of our culture to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, so next time you pack your bag, pack your curiosity too. Next time you leave a place, leave respect behind. Next time you take photos, take a moment to listen first. Because culture is not museum experts, it's living heartbeat. And if we travel with humility, with a hunger to learn, with a willingness to belong. Because when we do that, we don't just preserve culture, we revive it. One connection, one conversation, one curious step into someone else's story. I come, I spoke, I hope it's true that something said has stuck with you. No more words, I will say goodbye. Keep preaching high. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the contestant number 12. And now, let's be moving to the contestant number 11. Contestant number 11 is 18.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, brothers and sisters, honorable judges, committee members, and fellow participants. First of all, let us thank God for giving us health and the opportunity to gather here today. On this occasion, I would like to deliver a speech entitled Preserving Our Heritage Through Tourism and Culture. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to be here today. My name is Faira Yulia Ananta and I'm a student from Manfor, Banyuwangi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, every country has something that makes it unique. Some are known for their breathtaking landscapes, while others are famous for their traditions, music, food, and historical sites. Indonesia is fortunate to have all of this. From the beautiful beaches of Bali to the majestic mountains of Java, from traditional dances to local handicraft. Our nation is blessed with extraordinary cultural and natural treasures. However, these treasures are not guaranteed to last forever. Without care and responsibility, many traditions may disappear and many tourist destinations may lose their beauty. That is why preserving our heritage is not only the government's responsibility, but also the responsibility of every citizen, especially the younger generation. Tourism plays an important role in introducing our culture to the world. When visitors come to Indonesia, they do not only admire our scenery, but also experience our local customs, taste our traditional food, and learn about our history. Through tourism, local communities can improve their economy while sharing the richness of their culture with others. At the same time, culture gives tourism its true identity. Imagine visiting a place with beautiful views, but no local traditions, no unique cuisine, and no stories behind it. It would not leave a lasting impression. Culture makes every destination meaningful and memorable. We can learn traditional arts, wear and promote local products, respect historical sites, and share positive information about our hometowns. Even simple actions, such as keeping tourist destination clean and welcoming visitors with kindness, can make a significant difference. Nevertheless, tourism should always be developed sustainably. Protecting the environment, respecting local traditions, and supporting local businesses are essential to ensuring that future generations can enjoy the same beauty and cultural richness that we experience today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our heritage is more than just old buildings or traditional ceremonies. It is the story of who we are, where we come from, and the values that we pass on to future generation. Once it is lost, it cannot easily be replaced. Therefore, let's work together to preserve our heritage through responsible tourism and deep appreciation for our culture. Let's be proud of our identity, celebrate our diversity, and inspire others to protect the priceless legacy that has been entrusted to us. As the younger generation, we are not only the heirs of this heritage, but also its future guardians. The choices we make today will determine whether our children and grandchildren can continue to experience the beauty of our traditions and the wonders of our homeland. In conclusion, tourism and culture are not separate. They strengthen one another. By preserving both, we preserve the soul of our nation and create a brighter future for everyone. Well, I think that's all about my speech today. Thank you very much for listening and have a wonderful day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For all of you, we need some break. We give a break about 2 minutes because the judges need to break a few minutes. So all of you, when you need to toilet, you can go toilet. Thank you.
If you want to speak, you can go to outside, okay? Can you do it, guys? So contestant number 2, please come forward and take the stage.
Well, good morning everyone, distinguished judges, respected teachers, and fellow participants. A few weeks ago, my English teacher sent me a flyer of this competition. I opened it, read the details, and immediately thinking, what should I write about? Instead of opening a document and typing my first sentence, I found myself staring blankly at a blank canvas. The competition was going to be held in Banyuwangi. And somehow, when I heard the name of the Banyuwangi, I didn't think about the statistics, economic reports, or the tourism numbers. I think about colors. I imagine the elegance of the Gambian dances, the mysterious blue flames of Kebalenan, and the batik pattern, Gajah Oling batik. And so instead of typing down my speech, I started painting. Funny, isn't it? But as I added the shapes, added the colors, and added the patterns, I realized something important that day. That I didn't just painting a tourism destination. I paint and I dare. Hello everyone, my name is Handayani, and I'm the representative of Purwaharjo Senior High School. Today, in this occasion, the moment that I told you before, that realization inspired the topic of my speech today. That is, tourism starts with identity. Ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi is often known for the eastern gateway of Java. It is also a home for breathtaking destinations such like Kebalenan, famous for its blue flames phenomenon. It is also a home for beautiful beaches, natural reserves, and rich biodiversity. But Banyuwangi is truly memorable not only just because of its landscapes, right? Because just imagine, you visited a place with a beautiful mountains, beaches, and forests. On the other hand, you visited a place with all of those things. But now, with a rich culture, unique dances and festivals, and local wisdom that passed down through generations. Which one do you prefer? Most likely the second one, right? Because just imagine, we, the people, are not only traveling just because we see the landscapes, but also to experience stories. And Banyuwangi has a lot of stories to tell. For example, the Gambling dances. It's not just a merely performance, because it represents the identity of the Osing people. The Gajah Oling batik motifs, for another example. It's not just a decorative pattern. It's because it also represents and carries values, philosophies, and history. These cultural elements turns tourism from a simple sightseeing into meaningful experiences. But ladies and gentlemen, what we see in Banyuwangi reflects a larger lesson for Indonesia. Indonesia is known for one of the most culturally diverse countries in the world. From Aceh to Papua, every region has their own languages, arts, and customs. For example, when they're visiting Bali, they're not only attracted by the beaches, but they're also fascinated by the tradition and beauty that gives the beaches meaning. When they're visiting Yogyakarta, they're not only looking at the historical building, but they're also connected centuries of histories and culture. This is why culture. And what creates those unique experiences? Identity. In this globalized world, many countries and cities are increasingly connected. While globalization offers a lot of benefits, it also presents a challenge. How do we remain unique? The answer is in preserving our culture. You know, tourism should never be about turning culture into a product. Instead, tourism should become a bridge for people like us to appreciate and protecting our culture more. This is where we can share. This is why preserving our culture and promoting our tourism should go hand in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, as a younger generation, we often think that preserving our culture is the responsibility for the government, cultural institutions, or the museums. But I clearly believe it's also our responsibility. We can learn local traditions. We can support cultural events. We can share positive stories about our own community. We can be ambassadors for our own heritage. After all, the future of Indonesian culture will not be determined by buildings or monuments alone. It will be determined by whether the next generation chooses to value it. Going back to my painting, I eventually finished it. There is a dancer, there is a figure that is inspired by Gandrung dancer and wayang. There is a pattern inspired by the Gajah Ulin batik motifs. But the most important thing, what I painted, it's not a destination. It is identity. And because every destination has a stories, and every stories has identities. And when we preserve the identities, we can create a tourism that is not only attractive, but also meaningful, sustainable, and unforgettable. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. For the contestant number 12. And the next, we will invite contestant number 13.
Yes.
Please come to the stage.
Honorable judges, honorable committees, and respectable to all of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, have you guys ever wondered how will fishermen decorated their gratitude to God for giving the sea that provides their livelihood? Well, imagine this. Thousands of colorful boats sailing together in a colorful procession across the ocean. Well, in my hometown, this happens every single year. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan. First of all, I would like to say the biggest thank you to Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us some mercies and blessings, so we can gather in this event without any hindrance. Secondly, I would like to thank judges, communities, and everybody here that have given me the golden opportunity to stay up right here and deliver my speech. Good morning and hello there, everyone. My name is Acha Satya Ramadan, and people usually call me Acha for short. And I am a student from SMA Negeri 1 Tegal Timur. And today, I would like to talk about a unique cultural tradition from my hometown, which is one of the most famous fish roads, which is Mucar Banyuwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, when people visit Banyuwangi, they usually come for its natural beauty, which is a common sense, because Banyuwangi is the home of famous Asian crater, which is blue fire phenomenon, Alas Purwo National Park, and even Red Island Beach. But do you guys know that Banyuwangi is not only rich in nature, it is also rich in culture. One of the most valuable cultural traditions in Banyuwangi is called Batik Laut. Batik Laut is an annual event held by a fishing community of Mucar. It is a celebration of how they will repeat their gratitude to God for giving the sea that provides their life. In this event, fishermen usually decorated their boats and sail together across the ocean. For local people, this tradition is not only just a ceremony. It is a symbol of unity, of gratitude, and how would they respect Mother Nature. Usually, they will decorate their boats and sail together across the ocean. But the cloud also has a very important role in tourism. Almost every single year, thousands of people come to Muncar to witness this actual event. They actually enjoy the local food, the traditional performance, and also the decorated boats. Through Batik Cloud, visitors can learn about the culture of Banyuwangi because it shows how all local people express their gratitude to God and maintain their tradition. It is told that tourism is not only about beautiful places, but also about local tradition and community values. But the cloud shows that it's not only just a festival. Tourism and culture can work together, and by keeping this alive, we can attract more people to come to Banyuwangi and help our local people. Ladies and gentlemen, as a young generation, we have a very important role of keeping this tradition alive. So, we can help our local people and attract more visitors to come to Banyuwangi. But the cloud is not just a festival, everybody. It brings people together and keep Muncar to witness by worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, as someone who comes from Muncar, I'm actually pretty proud of the cloud. And I hope that this tradition will still keep alive and help Banyuwangi know worldwide as its beauty. Let us love our culture, protect it, and help more people know about it. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I think that's all about my speech today. And I hope you guys can have a benefit of knowing our culture even more. And let us love our culture even more. I think that's all about my speech. Thank you very much for your kind attention and time. The last I say, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Sadiq and salam kebaikan.
Thank you, Professor Nakoya. Next, we move to contestant number 14. Contestant number 14, please come to the stage.
Have you ever looked at a map and just realized how lucky we are? At least once, twice, how many times we have mentioned. I remember listening to my teacher explain that, either my sociology or geography teacher explained, that the environment around us completely shaped the way we live. Starting from the house we built to the tradition we celebrate. And you take an example, the house in the Asmat and the Banyuwangi is different because the geographic conditions are also different. So ladies and gentlemen, let us take an example how this affects our environment. Like on the land we're standing in currently, Banyuwangi. We're up in the heartland, like mentioned by some participants, we have Mount Ijen. Why Mount Ijen is fascinating? Mount Ijen has the blue fire, which exists only two in the whole world. Imagine the whole world. One Iceland, second Indonesia. And on the other hand, down in the fertile lowland of Alas Malang, there exists a tradition called Kebubuan as a way for them to celebrate their harvest. Fun fact for you, ladies and gentlemen, the closest event is in 29 June, so count this as my invitation for you to watch the Kebubuan Alas Malang. Isn't it amazing to see how our geography directly gives lives to both our tourism and our culture? But here is the critical truth that many of us ignore. If our environment disappears, our unique identity will also disappear. If the mountains are polluted and the paddy field disappear, the tourism and tradition will die. Well, hello everybody. The name is Syafa Umara Surabaya Kamila. You can just call me with the name Raya. I am the delegation from SMA 1 Grha. And today, I will be talking to you why preserving our nature is critical. Because when we preserve our nature, we preserve our tourism and tradition alive. Ladies and gentlemen, many of us here keep talking about what do Banyuwangi have, Mount Ijen, Grha Island, and they keep talking about how our culture and our tourism is intertwined with each other. But they forgot one more important instrument, the platform they are standing on, which is the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, if our environment disappears, it also risks both our culture and our tradition. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, speech is not only about introduction. Speech is about talking urgency, what needs to be highlighted the most, where our natural landscape are being sacrificed currently for commercial profit, directly putting our culture and tourism at the risk of disappearing. For instance, in my hometown, Pesanggaran, the gold mining activities there are now affecting the people living there. The once blue water of the Red Island are now being polluted by dirt and toxic material, while the lush green hills are being chopped down for. And not only that it affects the environment itself, but it also affects the fishermen living there, because they are hardly catching any fish in their net, putting the Pidato tradition at the risk of disappearing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, how did we let this happen? This tragedy is happening because we are often too fixated on a short-term financial profit than a long-term environmental survival. And we are also, in addition, greedy corporations are allowed to freely take over our land for a pocket money without any consequences. And also, as a society, we are often too fixated saying that our land is beautiful without the realization how to preserve our nature. What is the problem happening beneath the surface? We are often too fixated saying that our land is beautiful. Therefore, this lack of awareness gives these polluters a free pass to exploit our nature without further consequences. So, what can we do to stop this? The solution starts with three simple yet impactful actions. Because an action doesn't need to always be coming from a big person. An action should be a thing that everyone can do, no matter their gender or their status. My solution is simple. Observe, realize, and speak up. We must immediately turn our passivity into an immediate action to speak up, to observe what happened in our environment, to quickly observe what needs to be done. And we must urge a more stricter regulation against not only mining activities, but also other exploitative behavior. As a youth, we can become the shield. We can use our voices, social media platform, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere to speak out about our concern. And by this, we become the active change maker who help these industries accountable. Ultimately, when we successfully protect our environment, the benefits will be magnificent, not only for us as a student, but for the entire community. On one hand, the once polluted water will heal again, giving these fishermen a chance for them to catch more fish, preserving their Petela tradition, because there are something finally for them to be gratitude, the fish they catch this year. And also, the once chopped down tall green hills are now going to flourish once more, giving us a better scenery. And when the scenery are really good for us to see, it gives us a sustainable economy, giving us a better economy chances. We are successfully securing both our deep cultural identity and our future by only preserving our nature environment. And as I draw this to a close, ladies and gentlemen, let us remember that the future of our land is entirely in our hand. We have seen how our short-term greed has affected the land of Pesanggaran and furthermore maybe Banyuwangi, risking the beautiful Petela at the chance of disappearing. If we destroy our own culture, we also destroy our own tourism, and at the end of the day, the thing that defines Banyuwangi unique will also disappear. So what makes us different from the other region? Therefore, I urge all of you, not just me, the committees, the judges, everyone present here today, to observe, realize and speak up about your concern, about what happens around us, because staying silent is no longer an option. The next time you look at the map, don't just see line borders, the names Banyuwangi, Pesanggaran, Sinaragung, and the other place. See the living culture beneath the surface. Thank you.
Okay, now we will listen to the speech of contestant number 15. To the contestant number 15, please come forward and take the stage. Let's give her a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning! Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my beloved participants. My name is Najratul Ummah, an 11th grade student from Mount 4 Banyuwangi. And today I'll deliver a speech entitled A Circle of Prayer, A Wall of Hope, Ida Bumi. And today I will not just deliver a speech. I will take you on a journey at 3 a.m. A culture from a small village that believe a circle can protect them for a whole year. It's 3 a.m. The sky is black. The world is asleep. When in small village called Kemiren, the heart of the Osing tribe in Banyuwangi, hundreds of people are already awake. They're not going to work. They're not going to war. But they are going to walk around their entire village with a 2-meter mountain of rice on their shoulders. But why? Because they believe that walk can save them for the next 365 days. And that walk has a name. It's called Ida Bumi. And today I will take you on that walk with your heart. Let me ask you something. What do you do after you clean your own heart? In Kemiren, the answer is clear. We clean our home, our village, and our earth. Because Ida Bumi is not simply a tradition. It is a sacred promise that we make every single year to God, to our ancestors, and to each other. The name itself tells the story. Ida means to encircle, to go around with purpose. Bumi means the earth beneath our feet, the village that raised us. So, Ida Bumi is the day we physically and spiritually embrace our entire village, making sure there's no corner forgotten and no person left behind. This powerful ritual is held on the second day of Shawwal, immediately after the holy day of Eid al-Fitr. The timing is not a coincidence. Eid is the moment when we purify our soul and forgive one another. Ida Bumi is the moment when we take that purity outside, when we wash our village with prayer, with unity, and with hope for the year to come. Inner peace must become outer peace. That's the philosophy we live by. Now, picture this. The sky is still dark. The rooster have not even crowned. But the elders in black basaan and wooden are already awake. In the courtyard waits the tumpeng raksasa, a 2-meter cone of rice. It's not just a food. It is a symbol of the mountain that gives us water, the land that gives us life, and the gratitude we overbeg. The signal is given. The tumpeng is lifted, and hundreds of us, men, women, and even children,
move as one body. We walk, we pray, we chant, our feet touch every border of Kemiren. From the rice fields to the small streets, the sounds of Agung Paglak and Gandrung fills the air. We are not just walking, we are building an invisible fortress of faith, a fortress that says to disaster and division, you are not welcome here. We walk for the grandmother who cannot leave her bed. We walk for the farmer whose worries about the rain. And we walk for a child with a dream for a better future. And in this moment, there's no rich or poor. There's only us. After the circle is complete, we gather. The tumpeng is cut, and hundreds of us start to run. And the sacred chaos of Barikan is begun. People start to run for a grain of rice, believing it carries blessing, success, and health, and safety. It is messy, loud, and absolutely sacred. So, why does this ancient ritual still matter? Because either Bumi is the answer for the emptiness we felt today. First, it teaches us gratitude. Second, it proves that community is better and stronger when it's shared from the same tumpeng. Third, it protects our identity. We, as the youth of Kemiren, choose to keep this tradition alive. A culture is not a museum piece. It breathes through us. Dear ladies and gentlemen, either Bumi is a circle with no end, but it starts with a choice to care for your people and your place. You don't protect a home with a higher wall. You protect it by holding more hands. So, when was the last time you walked for your community and not just be in it? Come to Kemiren after 8. Catch the blessing, then go home and start your own circle. I'm Najratul Ummah from Mangkor Banyuwangi. Thank you for your kindly attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And now we move to contestant number 16. Contestant number 16, please come forward.
Honorable judges, honorable communities, and all the audiences, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salam Kebajikan. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Almighty God that already gives us blessings so that I can stand in this place to take a part in this competition. Before I start to deliver my speech, let me introduce myself. My full name is Tessa Kristianika Pena. I'm a 10th grader student of SMA Negeri 1 Tegal Lima. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about tourism and culture and why both are important for our communities. Tourism brings people together. It helps us to share our traditions, food, stories with visitors from near and far. Also, culture is a soul of a place. It shows who we are, what we value, and how we live. First, tourism creates chances for local people. When visitors come, they obviously need places to stay, food to eat, and guides to show them around. And this supports small businesses like hotels, homestays, restaurants, craft shops, and others. Many families gain extra income from tourism, and when tourism is managed well, it can reduce poverty and give more job choices for young people. Second, culture makes tourism meaningful. Visitors do not only come to see beautiful places, they want to experience local life, such as music, dance, craft, and ceremonies. Protecting cultural traditions help us to keep our identity strong. It also encourages younger generation to learn and continue old skills like weaving, pottery, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, now I want to highlight Banyuwangi, a special city in East Java. Banyuwangi is obviously famous for its natural beauty and culture. This city sits at the eastern tip of Java and welcomes many visitors who want to explore both nature and traditions. One of Banyuwangi's famous attractions is the Ijen Crater. Many tourists visit early in the morning to see sunrise and blue fire. Another beautiful area is the beaches along the coast, where visitors can relax, swim, and enjoy fresh seafood. Banyuwangi also offers mountains and forest areas for hiking and nature watching. Also, Banyuwangi culture is strong. The Gandrung dance is a traditional performance that thanks the sea for giving life. Gandrung shows elegant movements and colorful costumes, and it is often performed during special events like Gandrung Sewu festivals. And visitors who watch Gandrung feel the warmth and friendliness of local people. There are also local crafts like batik gajah uling and woven products that reflect local stories and design. Banyuwangi is a good example of how tourism and culture can work together. Local government and communities organize cultural festivals, art markets, and guided tours to give visitors a real experience. At the same time, they try to protect nature and respect local ways of life. This balance helps tourism grow without losing what makes Banyuwangi unique. However, tourism also has challenges. If we are not careful, it can harm the environment and change the culture too quickly. Too much waste, too many visitors in fragile areas, or losing cultural meaning for just show can cause all problems. To avoid this, we need responsible tourism, like visitors who respect rules, local who can manage research wisely, and planners who think in long term. In conclusion, tourism and culture are partners. Tourism can bring new income and new ideas, while culture gives tourism its heart and meaning. Banyuwangi shows us beautiful nature and strong traditions can attract visitors while supporting local people. Let us support tourism that respects nature and protects culture. If we do this, future generations will still enjoy the mountains, the beaches, the forest areas, and crafts that make places like Banyuwangi special. Thank you for the opportunity given and thank you for listening. If there are any mistakes, I apologize. Banyuwangi jeung Grha tani. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, namo budaya, and salam kebajikan.
Next contestant is number 17. The contestant number 17, please come forward and take the stage.
Honorable judges, respected committee members, fellow teachers, and my fellow participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us express our deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the world, for His endless blessings, mercy, and kindness till the end of time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? I hope you're doing good, you're doing fine, and ready to listen to my speech. Let me introduce myself. I'm Alia Faradina from Smart Glenmore. And today, I would like to begin my speech with a simple question.
of you have ever visited a tourist destination and taken a cruise in the photos? I believe many of us have. So, let me ask another question. In several months later, what do you remember most about the trip? Is it the beautiful scenery? Or the delicious food? Or the friendly people? Or perhaps the cultural performance and local traditions? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is simple. People may come for the food, but they return for the culture. So that's why today I stand before you to deliver a speech entitled The Beauty of Tourism, the Soul of Culture. Dear ladies and gentlemen, according to Forbes 2026, Indonesia is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. From the majestic beaches of Bali, the historical heritage of Tingkat, to the underwater paradise of Tingkat, our country has tremendous tourism potential. But however, there is something more valuable than our natural beauty: our culture. In fact, Indonesia is home to more than 1,300 ethnic groups, hundreds of local languages, and the countless traditional art, dances, music, and culinary traditions. This cultural diversity is not only our identity, but also one of our greatest tourism assets. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know one region that successfully combined between tourism development and also cultural preservation is Banyuwangi? Known for the magnificent weather and such a festival culture like us, Banyuwangi shows us that culture and tourism should grow together. They should not compete with each other. Unfortunately, we know that tourism also faces challenges. We know that sometimes traditional culture are sometimes neglected, and also the local communities can be damaged, and they don't receive enough benefit from the growth of the tourism. So therefore, an important question arises: how can we develop tourism while preserving our culture? Dear ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to share several ideas that support this topic based on several ideas. The first one is, we must strengthen digital tourism promotion. Through social media, young people can introduce local destination and also the local tradition to the world. Second, we must support festival culture and also empower the local community. These activities help to preserve culture while attracting visitors. Tourism also should support local guides, artisans, and then small business and community based on the tourism program. And the last one is, we have to educate the younger generation. If we have to educate the younger generation, we know that, allow me to ask another something. If the younger generation no longer learn about traditional dances, local languages, the cultural values, we will preserve it in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, we have know the answer. Because the answer is clear. We will. As young Indonesia, we have a responsibility to protect and promote our culture. Because actually, without nature, tourism cannot survive. And without culture, tourism loses their identity. Imagine Indonesia, where tourism comes not only to admire the beautiful landscape of our country, but also to experience the beautiful of our tradition, values, and way of life. That will be very, very beautiful. This vision, if is possible when the government, community, and the young people work together. Because the future of Indonesia is not only about attracting visitors, it's about creating meaningful experience, values, and strengthening our national identity. So, okay, wise people, before I conclude my speech, I would like to leave you with a quote that is said by the famous artisan from Indonesia. The cultural tourism avoids turning into a cheap show. It safeguards the noble values, keeping them vibrant in the modern times. Therefore, let us, as the younger generation, work together and let us ensure that the future generation can enjoy the same cultural richness that we experience today. Because actually, if the tourism and cultural work hand in hand, prosperity and national identity will grow together. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for my speech. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
There is a place in Indonesia where ancient legends and diverse wildlife and workplace waves comes together in a single destination. Isn't it wonderful? A place that is not only admired for its natural beauty, but also respected for its cultural significance. Ladies and gentlemen, such a place truly exists, and it's called Alas Purwo National Park. Greetings everyone, my name is Jessica Cecilia Buwandoko, and I am a student from SMA Negeri 1 Zurich. Before we proceed, let us praise the Almighty God who has given us blessings upon us all on this day. And I would like to thank the honorable judges who have given me this wonderful opportunity. And today, I will talk about the beauty and heritage of Alas Purwo National Park. When people think about traveling in Indonesia, they often imagine Bali or Jakarta. However, a country is filled with countries hidden gems that deserve worldwide recognitions. One of these remarkable places is Alas Purwo National Park. Located in Banyuwangi, is Jawa, on the easternmost part of the island of Java. The name of Alas Purwo means the first forest, and according to local beliefs, it is one of the oldest and most sacred forests. For generations, stories and legends have surrounded this mysterious place, making it an important part of the region's cultural identity. Covering more than 43,000 hectares, Alas Purwo National Park is home to a wide variety of ecosystems, including tropical forests, mangrove forests, savanna, caves, and stunning beaches. Its rich biodiversity makes it one of Indonesia's most valuable conservation areas. The park is many fascinating animals such as buffalo, deer, monkey, peacocks, and also sea turtles. These creatures are not only beautiful to observe, but also play an essential part in maintaining the balance of nature. For nature lovers and wildlife enthusiasts, Alas Purwo is truly a remarkable place for you. Now imagine standing in a pristine beach, listening to the roar of the ocean as enormous waves roll towards the shore. It sounds like something from a travel magazine, doesn't it? That place is Lomba Beach, one of the park's most famous attractions, also known as Grha, thanks to its powerful and consistent waves. Surfers from around the world travel to Alas Purwo to experience one of the finest surfing destinations on earth. This international recognition highlights the park's significance as a tourist destination. However, Alas Purwo is much more than a place for recreation. It's also a symbol of the strong connection between nature and culture. Local communities continue to preserve tradition and ceremonies that reflect their respect for the forest and its history. This tradition reminds us that cultural heritage is just as important as natural heritage. As tourism continues to grow, we must also remember our responsibility to protect its extraordinary place. We can do so by keeping the environment clean, respecting wildlife, and supporting sustainable tourism. By taking care of nature today, we ensure that future generations will be able to enjoy its beauty tomorrow. What makes our school truly remarkable is not only the creative scenery, but also the way it brings together nature, culture, and history in one extraordinary place. In an age where modernization is rapidly changing the world around us, places like ours will remind us of the importance of staying connected to our roots. They allow us to appreciate the beauty of the natural world, also learning about the traditions and beliefs that have been passed down through generations. For these reasons, Alas Purwa is much more than a simply tourist destination. It is a living testament to Indonesian rich heritage and a source of pride of our nation. The more we learn about it, the more we realize that preserving such a place is essential, not only for ourselves, but for future generations who deserve the opportunity to experience the same beauty and wonder that we enjoy today. In conclusion, Alas Purwa National Park is a remarkable place that showcases the best of Indonesian natural beauty and cultural richness. It teaches us the importance of preserving both our environment and our traditions. Let us appreciate, protect, and properly promote Alas Purwa National Park to the world. Thank you for your attention and have a wonderful day.
Now we will look at the slide number 98.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, honorable judges and my fellow students. A few months ago, I watched a video showcasing the beauty of Banyuwangi. The video captured the breathtaking blue fire of mountains and the elegance of garden deserts. Traveling tourists from all over the world travel to Banyuwangi. It filled my heart with immense pride. But as the video ended, it also spread deeply held question in my mind. What if one day people stop talking about our culture and natural beauty? What if they only remember Banyuwangi for the gold hidden beneath the soil? Ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi is currently standing at a critical crossroads. Banyuwangi is known as one of Indonesia's most remarkable regions. It is blessed with rich cultural tradition, stunning landscape, and abundant natural resources. These assets have contributed greatly to the development and prosperity of our region. However, as economic development continues to grow, concerns about environmental sustainability, tourism quality, and cultural preservation have also become increasingly important. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's good. This quote is reminds us that development has never become to the expense of the environment, culture, and future generations. My name is Tingkat and I'm from Banyuwangi Senior High School. As a young person who is born and raised in Banyuwangi, I'm so proud of our natural beauty and cultural heritage. So that's why today I would like to share my thoughts on a topic entitled When Gold Meets Culture. So the speech I would like to discuss how Banyuwangi can balance economic development, tourism quality, and cultural preservation. I strongly believe that the true prosperity is found when gold and culture
together in a perfect harmony for the three reasons. First, nature is the irreplaceable foundation of our tourism. Our local economy cannot survive without a healthy ecosystem. People from all over the world travel to Banyuwangi specifically to witness the iconic bullfire of Mount Ijen, enjoy our coastal landscape, and experience our pristine forests. They seek authenticity and memorable experiences, not to primitive environment. Therefore, if industrial development destroys our environment, tourism will inevitably suffer. Might will eventually out. But a protected nature is a permanent asset that sustains our communities for generations. Second, culture is the ultimate soul and identity of Banyuwangi. Traditions are more than just entertainment. They are symbols of our identity and reflections of our history. When people hear the name Banyuwangi, they instantly think about Gandrum, Seblang, Kebupaten, and many other traditions which make our region completely unique. If economic development ignores culture, we risk reducing our sacred rituals into superficial commercial assets. As a young generation, I believe it is our responsibility to ensure that these cultural traditions continue to thrive and inspire future generations. Third, economic development and cultural preservation are not opposing forces, but can actively support one another. The real challenge we face today is not about choosing between development and preservation, but of creating ultimate balance between them. In a sustainable system, economic activities like mining can be safely accompanied by responsible of these economic benefits can be directly reinvested into the community. This creates a powerful, positive cycle where industrial wealth builds cultural capital. By allocating funds to support local cultural festivals, environmental conservation, and ecotourism, we ensure a win-win situation. This economy grows, tourism remains attractive, culture continues to flourish, and our identity stays secure. In conclusion, Banyuwangi's future depends on a secure balance by protecting our environment, preserving our culture, and supporting responsible development. We can ensure that progress and heritage grow together. Let us work together to protect what makes Banyuwangi special, because its greatest treasure is not only the gold beneath the ground, but also its nature, culture, and people. Thanks for your nice attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to contestant number 90. Now, let me move to contestant number 20. Contestant number 20, please come to the stage.
Good morning to the other judges, respected teachers, and my fellow friends. Let's begin by thanking God for giving us this beautiful day and this wonderful opportunity to be here together. My name is Shiva Aulia Mahani, and I'm from Senior School Banyuwangi. I also want to say a big thank you to the committee for putting this event together and giving us as young people a chance to speak as our mind and giving our tone with the word. That is in Grha. Standing here today, on this land we call the Sunrise of Jawa, I can't help but feel so proud. Why? Because Banyuwangi is the place where the nature and cultures come together in the most beautiful way. And from the famous blue fire of Ijen and to the wonderful wave of G-lands, it can prove that our home is full of wonders. Well, if you look a little deeper between the landscape and what meets the eye, you will discover the true soul of Banyuwangi it is. And that soul is lived in our culture. Now, the theme we're talking about today is the celebrate tourism and the birth of culture. And this makes me think about something really important. Let's think about our garden dance. Let's think about the colorful costumes you see during the Banyuwangi ethno carnivals. This aren't just a show that we put on for tourists, but it means really something. It means bigger than that. They tell the story of who we are. And when Kadru Jata performs, she's carrying the voice of our ancestors, the struggle they went through, and the spirit of our community. And the word Kadru itself, it means love. Love for prosperity, love for our land, and love for each other. And from the crown on the head, and every part of her costumes, from the crown on the head and to the shawl on the shoulders, it has a meaning. So, ladies and gentlemen, tourism has given us a stage to show all of this to the world. And it's literally working. In 2025, more than 3.6 million people visited Banyuwangi. And that's big jumps for the year before. And our festivals are bringing in real money to support our local business growth. And from the last year, Kadru said brought in 8.5 billion rupiah to our local economy. That's money that goes to our artists, to our local business growth, our food sellers, and to our local workers. It's proof that it proves that our culture it can feed our people. But I have to be honest with you. There's the danger here. A real one. If you only care about the money, if you only see our culture as a way to make a profit, we might turn and we might get that something we can never get back. We might turn our sacred rituals into the cheap entertainments. And we don't want our traditions to become just another backgrounds to our Instagram post. And once that happens, what's left then? If we lose our culture, tourism will eventually stop coming anyway. Because they come for the little thing. Nobody will travel all the way across the world just to see that something fake. And what should we do about it, ladies and gentlemen? Perseverance doesn't mean that we reject the progress. It means that we hold on what matters while we're moving forward. And the truth is, we don't have to choose between traditions and technology because we can embrace both of them in the same time. We can use our phone to tell meaningful stories. We can use our social media to preserve our identity. And from that simple actions, we can record our traditional music and let it be heard by anyone across the world and beyond our borders. And let's imagine that we're writing down our folklore and sharing it with people across the world who have never known it before. That's how we keep our future and our history alive. And you know what? People are already doing this. There's a program called My Story Magic, where our legendary garden dancer like Tamu, Sudati, and Sunasi, who have been dancing for decades, come to the school and teach the students directly. And that's how we keep our culture stay alive. And then, besides that, Banyuwangi Ethno Carnival is another example. It started in 2011 in the way that to combine the traditions and modernity together. And every year, it tells different stories about our cultures, just like the Sebelang, Kebalenan, and the legend of the Tingkat. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi is our home. We are the ones who hold the key on its future. As we open our doors to the international tourism, let's make sure that we don't lose our identity. We want visitors to come and see our culture and join the learning from it. And just like our Pidato once said before, that success is not about how many tourists come and go, but it means that how many of them return home and tell the others about the warmth of our people. That is what we're trying to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is like a window. It's like a window. Why? Because tourism is like a window to show the world about who we are. So let's go together. Let's innovate and inspire people. That's all my speech today. Thank you so much for your time and thank you so much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Before we next the competition, we must take the break only 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Pay attention because the competition is starting. And now we will invite the contestant number 21. For the contestant number 21, please come to the stage.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to the Almighty for His blessing, guidance, and opportunities to us. We are thankful for the opportunities to gather here in good health and conditions. Good morning, honorable judge, respected teachers, and all of my friends and my audience. Let me introduce myself. My name is Pidato. I'm from SMA. Ladies and gentlemen, when you think about tourism, what usually comes to mind? Beautiful destination, famous landmarks, large number of visitors, or impressive economic statistics? Well, for a long time, this is having as indicators of tourism success. But today, I would like to ask a different question. What is the real measure of a tourism success? Is it simply by the numbers of tourism who arrive each year? Is the income generated? Or is it something far more meaningful that we often overlook? If tourism is not only by numbers, then what truly defines success? The answer lies here. Because tourism is not only about place, it is about people. We want to give meaning to every destination. People do not travel only to see buildings or landscape. They travel to experience stories, culture, and tradition. They travel to understand the identity that makes each place unique. And that identity is not created by infrastructure. It is created and preserved by local communities. And among these communities, local producers play an essential role. Like when we buy traditional snack, handicraft, or soda, we are not simply purchasing product. We are supporting knowledge, variety, and tradition that have been passed down through generations. These products are not just souvenirs, they are living expressions of a cultural heritage. To understand this more clearly, let us take one example. Batik, Indonesian traditional textile. Every piece of batik carries meaning, history, and identity. Some design with personal wisdom, while others symbolize harmony, prosperity, or peaceful practices. Behind every piece of batik are artisans who dedicate years and sometimes decades to master their craft. They pursue techniques that cannot be replaced by skill. And if tourists choose authentic batik, they are not just buying fabric. They are pursuing the cultural identity that defines a nation. But their contribution doesn't stop at culture. Local producers also play an essential role in economy. Behind every locally made product are farmers, entrepreneurs, artisans, and families whose livelihood depends on their work. When tourists choose a local product, they are not just buying a product. They are when tourists choose a local product, they create opportunities. They support income. They strengthen community. And this is what meaningful tourism looks like. Ladies and gentlemen, despite their importance, many local producers still face serious challenges. Often struggle to compete with mass-produced goods, and as a result, unique cultural products are sometimes overlooked. Not because they lack quality, but because they lack visibility. And if this continues, the impact is not only economic. We risk losing tradition, we risk losing local knowledge, and we risk losing the identity that makes each destination worth visiting. So, what can we do? The responsibility is here. Government can provide support, training, and access to market. Tourism industry can create a platform that highlights local products, and as a young people, we can use our voice and social media to tell their stories, because awareness can create change. Ladies and gentlemen, and now let us return to the question I asked at the beginning. What is the real measure of a tourism success? It is not fun if numbers alone. It is fun in the life that are improved, the culture that are preserved, and the community that are improved. Because when communities thrive, culture survives, the tourism become more meaningful and everyone's better. Tourism is not truly successful when the destination become richer while their people are left behind. It is successful when the people grow together again. That's all I would like to share with you today. Before I conclude, allow me to leave you with a short reminder. Roses are red, violet are blue. Local traditions are spread when we support them too. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor, for turning one. Now, contestant number 22. Please come forward and take the stage.
Culture and tourism, two things that make Banyuwangi truly beautiful. Did you know that in 2024, Banyuwangi welcomed more than 3.4 million tourists, nearly twice its population of about 1.7 million people? But what makes millions of people wanted to visit Banyuwangi every year? What is so special about this place anyway? Well, that is exactly what I am here to talk about today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected judges, my fellow participants, and everyone present here. I am Asana Kristiawan from SMA 1, Brawijaya, are going to share with you the beauties of Banyuwangi's culture and tourism. Let's start with tourism, shall we? Now, Banyuwangi is known for its amazing natural attractions. We have the famous Blue Fire and Kawah Ijen, the beautiful savanna of Baluran, also known as Afrika van Java, and the amazing Green Bay or Teluk Ijen. However, tourism in Banyuwangi is not only about the amazing sceneries or the amazing natural attractions, no. But what makes Banyuwangi truly special is the connection between nature, culture, and its people. Now, if you ask me and ask whether this connection between nature, culture, and people is real, I can probably say yes, it is real. I have experienced it myself. I have visited many tourist attractions in Banyuwangi, and one of my favorite places is the Jawa. When I visited the Jawa, I was amazed not only by its amazing, beautiful, and giant trees, but also by the warmth of the people and the friendliness of the local people itself. The way they welcome me made me feel like I am at home. That experience made me realize that tourism in Banyuwangi is more than just visiting beautiful places, but it is about creating meaningful experience and connecting with the people and the culture behind these places. And perhaps this is exactly why so many tourists keep coming back to Banyuwangi. Visitors do not only come to enjoy the scenery, they also come to enjoy the local traditions, enjoy the traditional food, and meet the friendly people of Banyuwangi. Tourism also helps local communities. It creates jobs for small businesses and encourages people to protect the environment. Tourism also helps people discover Banyuwangi. Every visitor who comes here learns something new about our traditions, our region, and our way of life. In this way, tourism alone becomes a bridge that connects people from different places and different regions. In addition, Banyuwangi holds many events through the Banyuwangi Festival. These events attract visitors while also helping preserve local culture. But tourism alone does not tell the whole story of Banyuwangi.
Behind every destination, there is a rich culture that gives Banyuwangi its identity. Now, let's go ahead and talk about culture. For me, culture is the soul of Banyuwangi. As someone who was born and raised in Banyuwangi, I feel proud to be a part of a community that continue to preserve its traditions while welcoming people from all around the world. Culture is what makes a place unique. In Banyuwangi, culture can be seen in its traditions, dances, music, and festivals that have been passed down from generation to generation. One of the most famous cultural symbols is the Gandrung dance. One of the most famous cultural symbols is the Gandrung dance, which represents happiness, gratitude, and the spirit of the local people. Banyuwangi is also home to other traditions, such as Kebalenan, Batik Laut, and Sebelang. These traditions are more than just performances. They reflect the history, beliefs, and the values of the local communities. What makes Banyuwangi special is its ability to preserve these traditions while continuing to develop and grow. Culture is important because it tells us who we are, it connects us to our history, and reminds us of the values that shape our community. Without culture, a place may be beautiful, but it would lose its unique identity. As young people, we also have an important role. We can help preserve our culture by learning about it, participating in cultural events, and sharing it with others. Together, culture and tourism create a strong foundation for Banyuwangi. One showcases our heritage, while the other shares it with the one world. Culture and tourism are closely connected. Culture attracts visitors, while tourism helps introduce local traditions into the world. Therefore, it is our responsibility to protect and promote our cultural heritage so that future generations can continue to enjoy it. When people visit Banyuwangi, they may come for the scenery, but they remember it because of the culture. Because in the end, culture is not just a memory of the past, it is a legacy for the future. A nation may be known for its destinations, but it is remembered for its culture. And Banyuwangi, the sunrise of Java, proudly offers both. Let us continue to preserve our culture, support sustainable tourism, and share the beauty of Banyuwangi with the whole world. Thank you for your attention, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the contestant number 22. And now let's move to the contestant number 23. For the contestant number 23, please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, good morning everyone. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my beloved friends. Let me introduce myself. My name is I am a 10th grade student at SMK in Monster. I am majoring in aviation, which stands for agribusiness and processing of agricultural products. I am super excited to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is home to 7 regional language and multi-explanation of diverse identities, yet bound as one. We call this Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. Every region boasts its own unique cultural identity and great tourism wonders. Today, I stand here proudly to talk about a hidden gem at the eastern tip of Java, Banyuwangi. Let's talk about Java here. Are you ready? Do you know Banyuwangi? Banyuwangi is not just a city. It is a living campus of nature and culture. We have everything in third nature. We have the famous Grha, home to the rainbow fire phenomenon. Only two exist in the world.
Chilean Pamplona Beach, where the mystic wave challenge to survive. And the hijau, a green bay that looks like a piece of heaven. Second, our culture is just as rich as our nature. Banyuwangi is the home of the Asing people, the native group with unique tradition. Have you heard them dance? It is our dance of really good, performed with elegant movement and cultural custom. Every year we celebrate Banyuwangi Ethno Carnival, where culture meets tradition. And don't forget Kabawa, a sacred ritual to extraordinary safety. This is not show identity. Third, Banyuwangi proves that tourism and tradition can grow together. Government. Our local government provides for culture tourism, tourists can sustainable. To experience the living ocean way, where tradition is sold. Visitors can learn to dance gadu, pojoan, and kulturan. Furthermore, a student of agricultural product, I'm proud to say that Banyuwangi produces high-quality agricultural commodities. Our land yields the finest coffee beans, fruit, and vegetables. Tourists can taste this freshness through our traditional culinary delights like se-Kabupaten pork and pecel pitik. And they can even stay with local families. This way, tourism helps our culture stay alive and our people get a real benefit. Ladies and gentlemen, Banyuwangi teaches us one thing. The best destination don't just have beautiful places, they have beautiful souls. So, I invite you all come to Banyuwangi. Find our taste, dance with our people, taste our stories. Because in Banyuwangi, every corner has a tale to tell. Getting to Banyuwangi is very easy. You can go by land cruises or trains, by via Kapal Port, or by air tour Banyuwangi 84. Discover your home away from home in the sunrise of Java. Experience authentic Banyuwangi hospitality with us, where a wide variety of comfortable hotels and homestays are available. Come and enjoy Banyuwangi traditional culinary delights, the warmth of its people, and the breathtaking beauty of its nature and culture. You enter here will truly become an unforgettable moment. Wonderful Indonesia, beauty of Banyuwangi. Banyuwangi, you never stop celebrating. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now is contestant number 24. Please come forward and take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable educators, master and mistress of ceremony, and all distinguished guests, and the unforgettable, all beloved participants of this English speech competition today. Hello, good morning everyone.
Good morning.
How are you all today? It is a wonderful chance for me to be with you all today. And my name is Grha from the State Islamic Senior High School 4 of Banyuwangi. And today, it is a great honor for me to stand in front of you all to deliver a speech entitled Weaving the Story of Banyuwangi, Uniting Nature and Culture into One Complete Experience. Less of the wait, more of the talking, let us begin. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite you to imagine a simple scenario. A tourist arrives in Banyuwangi, climbs Mount Ijen before dawn to witness the world-famous blue fire. They take plenty of photographs for social media, and then they go home. Months later, someone asks them, "How was Banyuwangi?" Well, they simply reply, "Ijen was beautiful." Vibrant blend of the gunroom dance. It's a vibrant blend of Kamiran Osing identity, Red Island sunset, Alas Puro spirituality, and countless timeless traditions within it. So, the question is, why is a region filled with so many stories, often remembered through only one destination? Dear ladies and gentlemen, over the past few years, Banyuwangi has shown remarkable progress in the tourism sector, attracting millions of visitors. Its breathtaking landscape and rich cultural heritage feature festivals that have gained national and even international acclaim. And what does this mean, dear audience? This means that Banyuwangi's challenge is not a lack of natural beauty, or any tourist destination, or any cultural heritage, but it's actually the opposite. Banyuwangi has too many stories waiting to be told. We have extraordinary natural attractions and invaluable cultural heritage, yet treated as their own separate entities rather than an intertwined living experience. This leaves tourists stranded at the surface of Banyuwangi's true identity. They merely praise the beautiful sights they see without grasping the deep history that defines their reality. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's modern tourism era, travelers are no longer searching merely for places to visit, but for experiences. Not merely for sights or views on Instagram, but for meaning, for stories they can carry home. Because in reality, what remains in human memory is not a location, rather an immersive, cohesive experience in the heart. Therefore, the question we should ask now is, how can we help tourists understand the story of Banyuwangi? Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, let's imagine another scenario. A visitor arrives at Mount Ijen and continues their journey to Kamiran village, where they'll listen to the stories of the Osing people while trying to pitik, and also learn about stories and legends and also cultures that have survived millions of years, no, thousands of years. And then in the evening they enjoy a gunroom performance before traveling to Red Island or Alas Purwo the very next day. And dear audiences, during this journey, they are not simply moving from one destination to another. They are reading a story of nature, a story of culture, and a story of the people of Banyuwangi. And when they return home, what they bring back is not merely photographs, but memories. Not merely beautiful panoramas, but experiences. Not merely destinations or locations, but understanding that gives those locations its own meaning. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future of Banyuwangi tourism cannot be built merely by creating more destinations or attractions, or even creating more promotions. And it surely cannot depend only by attracting greater numbers of visitors. Because what matters more is weaving all of Banyuwangi's treasures together into one meaningful narrative, which connects nature with culture, which connects visitors with local communities, and a narrative that gives meaning to every single journey. Because when nature and culture speak through the same story, Banyuwangi becomes more than just a place to visit. It becomes a story to tell, a cultural heritage to cherish, and an experience to remember. So, before I conclude this speech, allow me to leave you with one simple thought. Banyuwangi does not lack beauty to be seen. Banyuwangi has countless stories waiting to be found. And our task is to weave all those stories together so that every visitor can read them until the very last chapter, page, and passage. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is all from me. Thank you very much for your very kind attention. And I am regretfully sorry for any slip-ups and mistakes that I've done. And I am Galang Artalifari. The last I say thank you and Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Contestant number 24. And now, let's move to contestant number 25. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to the honorable judges, fellow speakers, and everyone present here today. First of all, let us praise and thank our Almighty God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His endless blessings, mercy, and guidance which allow us to gather here in perfect health and peace. Secondly, don't forget to send our mercy and praise to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the light. First of all, before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Natalia Medina Bermatagian from Mansatu, Banyuwangi. It is an absolute honor for me to stand before you today to deliver a speech on a new topic that is very crucial among us, with the title Beyond the Beauty, Prioritizing Tourist Safety in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the word Indonesia, what comes to your mind? Is it the breathtaking beaches of Bali, the majestic peaks of Mount Rinjani, or perhaps the rich, beautiful culture that spans from Sabang to Merauke? Yes, our tourism is a paradise. But right now, I stand in front of you all not just to talk about its beauty. Instead, I stand here today to talk about the silent crisis that we can no longer ignore. The safety of our tourists. You know that we love to boast our natural wonders, painting Indonesia as a picture-perfect paradise. But beneath the glossy travel brochures lies a sobering reality. Nature is as unpredictable and dangerous as it is beautiful. Just recently, we were shocked by the heartbreaking news of a tourist who tragically fell and lost their life while trekking on Mount Rinjani. And before that, we witnessed selfies turn into fatal tragedies on steeping cliffs alongside a string of unpreventable accidents. These are not just numbers. These are not just called statistics on the news. These are human lives. They are family. They are daughters, sons, friends, people who came to our country to find joy, but found tragedy instead. This begs into a critical question. Are we managing our safety tourism well enough? Or are we just hoping for the best? Ladies and gentlemen, we need to understand one thing. Culture and tourism cannot survive without good management. A great destination is not a place that is beautiful to look at, but a great destination is a place where you feel safe. To charm the world, we must upgrade our tourism management in 3 simple ways. First,
guidance. You know that our culture is rooted in community, right? And local guides is the guardians of our land. So, we need to train them not just to be storyteller, but to be certified first responders who know exactly what to do in an emergency. And third, educating the tourists. We must communicate the risk clearly. A language barrier should never be an excuse for a lack of safety warnings. My dear friends, Indonesia culture teaches us about gotong royong, working together, and it teaches us to treat guests like family. If we truly care about our culture, we must care about the people who travel thousands of miles just to experience it. We want tourists to go home carrying happy memories, wearing our traditional fabrics, and telling their friends, telling their families how amazing Indonesia is. We do not want them to go home in a hospital bed, or worse, in a coffin. Ladies and gentlemen, before I ended my speech today, let's make a promise. Let us build a future where Indonesia is famous not only for its beautiful landscape, but also for its world-class safety standards. If not us, who? If not now, when? Because true beauty is nothing without safety. Dear friend, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Once again, I'm Nafia Medina Permatadian, and see you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Because there was a technical error at the beginning, we invite the contestant number 1 and 3 to beg to repeat their speech. Now, the contestant number 1, please come forward and take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Honorable judges and my beloved friends, imagine a tourist visiting Mount Ichen, Grha Island, and the Jawa. Then nothing. Not footprints, not photographs, not even memories, but long resting place. What if the most dangerous totally that lives is the one we cannot see? The harsh reality is that according to waste management studies, Banyuwangi is drowning in over 850 tons of waste every single day, with staggering 78% mismanaged and actively poisoning our environment. While tourists stay for just a few days, they pollute our home. My name is se-Kabupaten, a 10th grade student at SMA 1. As a proud native, I celebrate Banyuwangi tourism success, but we can no longer ignore its hidden cost. Ladies and gentlemen, a true destination should be judged not by how many visitors it attracts, but by how responsibly those visitors behave. That's why today I want to address why Banyuwangi was urgently shifted from center and to responsibly center tourism to protect our home. I have 4 reasons. First, tourism can create invisible environmental costs. Many people see crowded beaches like Grha Island as a sign of success. But let me ask, who managed the waste left behind? Research shows that activities during significant to waste generation and environmental pressure. For example, tourism spikes during holidays create massive waste accumulation, forcing expensive cleanups. Therefore, success without responsibility creates hidden damage. Second, local communities should benefit not only economically but environmentally. Take closing underwater as an example.
Local fishermen stopped destructive fishing, restored coral reefs, and built a conservation-based destination. Today, visitors come not only to enjoy the sea, but also to learn how communities can restore the nature. This proves that local people are not merely tourism workers, they are environmental guardians. Third, material tourists create sustainability and meaningful experiences. In Sukamadi Beach, the strict rules, such as we could not move freely everywhere, protect the sea turtles, and might seem inconvenient at first. I realized that the experience felt valuable precisely because the nature came first. Protection creates inclusivity, and exclusivity creates true value. Fourth, protecting nature means protecting our culture. Tourism isn't just about beautiful landscape, it's about identity. Banyuwangi is defined by its rich heritage, from gandum dance to ocean traditions. A culture cannot thrive in a damaged environment. If our beaches and forests are ruined, the cultural experience tied to them will disappear. So, what is the solution? I propose a tourism model called responsibility-centered tourism. Every tourist attraction should encourage visitors to take responsibility for their environmental impact. This can be done through reusable bottle stations, trigger-based regulations, environmental education programs, and community-led conservation activities. The benefits are clear: cleaner tourist destinations, stronger local communities, better tourist experiences, protected cultural heritage, and most importantly, a sustainable future for Banyuwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, Banyuwangi tourism greatest challenge isn't attracting visitors, but ensuring tourism growth doesn't leave environmental destruction behind. We all know that waste threaten our environment, but we've also seen how local communities can step up to protect it, and how saving nature ultimately safeguards our culture. In the end, sustainable tourism simply creates a better future for everyone. So, before we ask, how many tourists can Banyuwangi attract? Let me ask more important question. How much of Banyuwangi can we protect? Because the future of tourism is not measured by the number of visitors, it's measured by what remains after they leave. Therefore, let's turn our good intentions into real action. Start small, reduce our daily waste, and protect Banyuwangi's beauty together. It's time for us to step up so the next generation can still see it. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for contestant number 1. And the last is contestant number 3. Contestant number 3, please come forward and take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, respected judges and all my wonderful friends. First of all, let us express our deepest gratitude to God for His endless blessing, which will be devoted today in the festival experience. Since we are from the Islamic world, so please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alvin Pidato. You can call me Alvin. I am a student of Manjri Banyuwangi. Today, I would like to take you on a journey to explore one of Indonesia's most spectacular and breathtaking natural wonders. Located right here in East Java, the magnificent Grha region. Grha region is not just a modern destination of tourist browser. It is a place where nature breaks its own ways, creating a landscape so solid that forces us to identify what truly beauty is. But what it is makes this place truly magical. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever imagined standing on the edge of a massive volcanic crater in the middle of the night, surrounded by the mountain air, only to witness a mesmerizing electric blue dancing in the darkness? This is not a from canvas. This is the reality of reality. And at the volcano, standing proudly at 2,286 meters of sea on the border of Banyuwangi and Lomba. The majesty of this mountain and the beautiful things in it will make your eyes feel like you see magic out of amazing adventure. For people who wants to experience this magic, normally the adventure begins at night. Hikers marching up the steep, changing platform to public starting point. The journey requires stamina and determination. Every single step is worth it. To enjoy, as you reach the gathering river town, you will see the world famous with fire. This red phenomenon occurs when hosts of rare gases ignite different contact with oxygen-rich air, creating a glowing blue light that can only be found in 2 places on Earth. Isn't that impressive? But to enjoy this wonder, you have to make sure that you come when the weather is not bad and at night when the sky is darkest. Because when the sun begins to rise, the fire fades, revealing another masterpiece of nature. Do you think what it is? In the morning, before your eyes, a massive, highly acidic crater will appear. The striking contrast between the yellows of the deposit, the turquoise water, and the warm color of the sunrise make it feel so beautiful that you live in spaces. However, our Ijaya is not just a beautiful landscape. It is also a place for deep human breath across cities. Every day, locals of miners head up the sandstone trails, tossing clean, staying smooth to harvest a heavy plant of sugar. They carry loads weighing up to 80 kilograms on their shoulders using a simple bamboo basket. Their hard work reminds us of the proven connection between the local people and this global mountain. As the visitor and the younger generation, it is our responsibility as the visitor and the younger generation, it's our responsibility to admire this place with great respect. We must protect this environment, keep it clean from trash, and appreciate the local culture that bring life to the green landscape. In conclusion, Ijaya is more than just tourist destination. It is a symbol of natural majesty and human perseverance that makes us incredibly proud to be Indonesian. I highly encourage everyone here to experience this journey at least once in their lifetime. Thank you very much for your time and your attention today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Once again, please give a big round of applause for all 25 innovation and talent today.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the judges finalize the result. Ladies and gentlemen, while the judges finalize the result, we kindly ask everyone to remain safe and enjoy the upcoming session prepared by the committee.
Please give our judges some time to complete the scoring and deliberation process. And please back at the venue at 15 minutes to 1 for the awarding ceremony.
We appreciate your patience and cooperation. Thank you. Let's enjoy your break.
Oke, istirahat 30 menit nanti.
Before we go to the next our agenda, let us listen some of feedback and motivation from all of distinguished judges. To all of judges, we invite you.
I much prefer sitting on that side of the table than standing up here. So congratulations to all of you guys for such a fantastic demonstration. So well done. Not just to you guys, but all the other competitors that didn't unfortunately make it here today. But you guys were definitely the best of the best. So we hope that you join again next year and we can keep this tradition going. So again, well done everyone.
Yes, I'd like to thank the sponsors for putting the show on, the special event, especially Pat Sam from Banyuwangi asking me to be a judge, and all the participants that participated today. You all gave something special, unique in your performance. No matter whether you were in the top 5 or you didn't quite make it, you all gave something special, and remember that all your voices count. We heard many interesting points of view that really matter to the young people today, especially the environment, safety features. Thank you for starting to think about that thing. As an international person that's living in Banyuwangi, to me, that's very important. Again, thank you. Keep believing in yourself. You all have a voice that is very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I heard that 2 of my friends appreciated of you because you are all the best today. I myself, I work from tourism, and so that's why I was sent to Japan, because I know the language as well. And then I promoted Banyuwangi to Germany, in Frankfurt. Someone talked about Butemu Gandrung. We have already been there, invited to perform this. And the last 2017, I was sent to Kantan Festival for promoting Banyuwangi. Do you want to do like this one as well? To cooperate to promoting Banyuwangi? Yes, I think you can do this. I'm so proud of you. Thank you very much for your teacher, and then everyone supporting you, and also Radar, and also Lumbin, also Dinas Pariwisata, something like this one. Just keep learning, because you are all the best. We are really complicated to take you ranking 1 to 5, because everyone is what he has already said, that you are all the best. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all judges for their thoughtful feedback. Once again, please give a big round of applause for our distinguished judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awarding ceremony of Speech English Contest 2026.
Before announcing the winners, we would like to welcome our distinguished guest.
The Director of Jawa Post Radar Banyuwangi, Mr. Samsudin Abdullah.
General Manager Pena Industry Invest, Mr. Grant Willis.
Head of the Culture and Tourism Office of Banyuwangi Regency, Mr. Hartono.
Head of the East Java Provincial Education Office, Banyuwangi Branch, Mr. Iwan Triono.
Head of the Ministry of Religious Affairs of Banyuwangi Regency, Mr. Khaironi Hidayat.
And President Director Suwarna, Mr. Iputu Agus.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed to the welcome speech session.
First, we would like to invite Mr. Grant Willis, General Manager of Petroleum Industry Invest, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have a built-in microphone. On behalf of the directors of PT London, Ulisa and Pat John London, thank you very, very much for attending. Thank you to our co-sponsors, and it's my privilege to be standing before you today on their behalf. Today was a very special day. It was amazing to hear the talent that you people have and shared with us today. I'm a fan of public speaking because it builds one's self-confidence and it builds the confidence that other people have in you. So congratulations to all of the contestants today and all of the contestants earlier. A big hand. Now, not everyone is going to take home a prize today, but I believe every single one of you are winners today because you have the courage to stand here and perform in front of a crowd. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much. I hope to see you next year.
Thank you, Mr. Grant Willis, for your inspiring remarks. And next, we are honored to invite Mr. Hartono, Head of the Culture and Tourism Office of Banyuwangi Regency, to deliver his keynote remarks.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera. General Manager PT Lundin Industry Invest, Mr. Grant Willis. The Director of Jawa Pos Radar Banyuwangi, Mr. Samsudin Abdulawi. Head of the Java Provincial Education Office Banyuwangi Branch, Mr. Iwan Triyono. Head of Minister of Religious Affairs of Banyuwangi Regency, Mr. Khaironi Hidayat. President Director Suwarna, Mr. Iputu Agus. Judge, Mr. Rules Sounderberson from PT Lundin Industry Invest. Mr. Chris Tutiris, teacher from Australia. Mr. Aitano Haryono, Culture Expert and former Head of Custom and Tradition Division of the Banyuwangi Culture and Tourism, serta para pembina, Bapak Ibu Guru, serta siswa-siswi yang mengikuti kegiatan pada siang hari ini. Atas nama pemerintah Kabupaten Banyuwangi, Dinas Kebudayaan Pariwisata, kami mengaturkan ucapan terima kasih dan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya atas terselenggaranya kegiatan acara pada siang hari ini yang dimotori oleh Radar Banyuwangi dalam rangka memperingati Hari Ulang Tahun Radar dan Hari Anak Nasional. Semoga kegiatan ini bisa memberikan berkah, manfaat bagi kita semuanya. Kami juga sampaikan terima kasih kepada seluruh para sponsor yang sudah melaksanakan kegiatan ini, sudah berkolaborasi, bersinergi bersama. Tak lupa kami berikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya. Terima kasih kepada sekolah-sekolah, siswa-siswi, anak-anak semua yang sudah mengikuti kegiatan pada siang hari ini. Terus belajar, semangat, dan kami pemerintah daerah Kabupaten Banyuwangi khususnya Dispar siap untuk memfasilitasi kalian semuanya sebanyak 25 untuk menjadi volunteer nantinya di Dinas Kebudayaan dan Pariwisata Kabupaten Banyuwangi dalam rangka pengembangan pariwisata dan kebudayaan. Terima kasih, sukses selalu buat kita semuanya. Kurang lebihnya kami mohon maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang.
Thank you for listening. Baik, kepada para peserta, apakah ada yang ingin disampaikan atau ditanyakan kepada para dewan juri sembari menunggu hasil dari English Speech Competition 2026? Rupanya untuk amplop sudah kami terima.
Oke, mungkin dari salah satu sekolah ada yang ingin menyampaikan pesan dan kesan. Kami sangat mengapresiasinya untuk anak-anak atau murid-murid yang akan maju untuk memberikan pesan dan kesan. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk dua siswa First of all, I want to say thank you for the committees, my teachers and my parents and my friends, and it is absolutely a privilege for me to stand before you today.
And that also been a very nice time for us, for all of us to be here today. It is such a wonderful opportunity, right, yeah, guys?
It's a nice time because I can find a new friend, a lot of new friends like Galang right here.
And also
Medina.
And so Medina and all of the others.
Yes.
Sorry, I have a bad memory.
And oh ya guys, aku hanya ingin memberitahu bahwa apapun hasilnya, hadiah terbaik adalah pengalaman kita saat ini. Jadi terus semangat buat kita semua di sini. Kita sudah hebat sekali bisa masuk ke 25 besar di sini.
Also, I have a quote. Meskipun kalian gagal, jangan pernah untuk berhenti mencoba, karena siapa tahu kita akan berhasil di kemudian hari. My name?
Yes.
My name is Grha.
Introduce yourself, please.
Okay. Hello. Good morning. My name is Grha. I am from Mat 4, Banyuwangi.
Okay.
And I live in Pidato.
Okay, and you?
And my name is Nataya Medina Bermantedian from Man 1, Banyuwangi. I live in Jawa, but originally I was born in Denpasar, Bali.
Wow! Medina, how old are you?
I'm 17, yeah. I guess that's enough. Yes.
That's enough, guys? Okay. So...
Do Do you have boyfriends?
No, forget about that.
No personal question, please.
Yeah, no personal question, please.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah, I think
Thank
that's
you
all.
and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada kedua siswa-siswi yang telah maju ke depan untuk menyampaikan pesan dan kesan dari belum hati mereka.
Before we announce the winners of this competition, first we will invite Mr. Putu Agus Rusia, the representative from Suwarna Restaurant, to give the opening words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Suwarna. Judges and all honor guests, welcome to Suwarna. As a representative, I would like to say thank you all for coming, and also the participant of the competition. Thank you so much for this opportunity for us to place this event here in Suwarna. And once again, let's support Banyuwangi for a better future. Thank you so much.
Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu.
Now, it's the time to announce the winners of this competition. The second runner-up goes to finalist number 13, Acha Septia Ramadan from SMA. Acha Septia Ramadan, you may come to the stage. And the first runner-up is contestant number 8, Usman Kamila Roman.
We invite the Director of Jawa Post Rider Banyuwangi, Mr. Samsudin Azawi, to give the award to second runner-up. And we invite the head of Culture and Tourism Office of Banyuwangi Regency, Mr. Hartono, to give the award to first runner-up.
Let's take a picture and give your best smile. Let's take a picture in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. The third place winner goes to contestant number 12, Christian Steve Putri Handayani. The second place winner goes to contestant number 24, Galang Aret Azubari. And who's the winner? The champion of of Speech English Contest 2026 is finalist number 25.
goes to all sponsors supporting Indonesian judges, teachers, parents, family members, and anyone who